Alright, it is time to continue on. So, what we're going to do is get some more stuff to make some foundations. Let's see here. Actually, let's chop off some stuff first. So we've got the trains ran, we've got the conveyor belts ran, we got the power ran. Only thing left to really do now is set up the manufacturing side. So let's go ahead and offload some stuff here. Alright, drop that off. That's wood. Oh, we got a hard drive too I can look at. Now, let's see. New heavy case. The current version uses screws. This version uses double concrete or extra concrete and extra pipes. I mean, between the two, because the new version uses 8 versus 5 for the modular frames, 10 versus 5 of the encased industrial steel things, 13 versus 15 for the steel pipes, and then 22 concrete versus using any screws whatsoever. So I really don't see that being a better option, and it makes almost 1 extra minute. Then no, I'm not up for that. Like rubber and gas to make plastic. Well, I mean, I suppose, because in order to make fuel, you get petroleum, you get that resin stuff. That resin stuff can then be turned into rubber, which then could be turned into that. I suppose that could be an option. And this to make a rod. No, we'll go with this one, I think. All right, go ahead, scan another hard drive. All right, go ahead, drop off this. Actually, no, sorry, this goes upstairs. Drop off the slug, that's what I meant to drop off. Hi guys, we will be giving you a new home in due time. All right. So let's go ahead and see what we're going to need here. Well, one thing, we're not going to need that many sheets. We're not going to need that much conveyor belts. So let's go ahead and do this. Reduce this down to maybe 500. Yeah, 1,000. Foundation though, we are going to need a lot more foundations. So bump this back up to about 1,000. Power, we're not going to need that many power lines, so we could probably drop this down to like 100. Power poles, drop that down to probably 50 at most, or That one there, maybe 20. This one, maybe 50 at most. Conveyor poles, we can drop that down. Let's say 50 on that. All right. So now what we're gonna need, let me pull up our cheat sheet here and look to see what we are going to have to build. All right, so for concrete, in total, and this is the 180 concrete, there 90 concrete, so 270 concrete. So we're looking at 18 constructors. Let me see here. Do I have a blank constructor here just to verify this? So I'm going to run through these numbers again. All right, so we have a total of 600 uranium per minute that we're getting, and so that gives us 12 blenders. So 12 blenders, so 12 times 15 is $1.80, and then 12 times 40 is $4.80. Okay, so we're good on that. Then in order to make the next thing, which are the fuel rods, those are made over here in manufacture. We need 1.2 a minute, but basically 3, because it's not like you can give it 1.2 a minute. You have to give it 3 before it starts manufacturing. So we're going to be outputting. So I guess actually we gotta. So if we're doing 12 of these, and this does 25 a minute, then this needs 20 a minute. But hold on. So we're doing 12. So 12 times 25 is going to give us 12 by 25. That gives us 300. All right. So then that 300 divided by that, divide that by 20, gives us 15 of these machines. All right, so 15 of these machines. So 15 by 3 is 45. So we need 45 of these a minute ish. Now the control, these things here are made over here. So for 15 machines doing this, which actually seems, I don't know, it just seems odd. Something. All right, so that's this here, our output. Okay. The input, I think that's one thing wasn't tracking, is the actual input and output, so I could actually keep track of things. The output is encased uranium cells. It's gonna be 25 by 12 machines. And then sulfuric acid at 10 by 12 machines. Now that sulfuric acid, that 120, will be getting recycled back into the blenders. So I won't need as much sulfuric acid technically. Then for the fuel rods, which is in a manufacturer, okay. Input. Right. So we need. So if we need so we need 20 per minute. However, we got 300. We're feeding it. So the 300. So let me see here. 20. So this equals that divided by that. 15. So 15 machines. That's going to give us an output of 300 uranium rods. Okay, and it's going to be 0.04 a minute. Well, not 0.04, excuse me, 0.4 a minute. 0.4 a minute. That's 15 machines. Which is going to give me 6 rods a minute, roughly. Or 6 rods, whatever. 6 rods every 0.4 minutes. There we go. Alright, so for the encased beams, because we're going to need, it's actually 1.2 a minute, and control rods 2. But see, this is what's messed up here is, you know, you need this to start production. But again, so if you take, when the math comes in, every minute it's going to need 5, 3, and 50. So if we're doing it, or yeah, so it's weird, because technically it takes 2 some minutes to fill this. I don't know, it's just this here is weird. That's 0.4 a minute and how it relates to these. But let's base it off of this, because that's what it says there. So for the encased beams, that means we need 18 a minute. Okay. So now let's go to the encased beams. So for the encased beams, so let me go ahead and divide this up. So this is in an assembler. Oops. The input for an encased beam are steel beams and concrete. So I need 18 a minute, and my output is 6. All right, so three machines would give me 18. So that means I need 72 steel and 90 concrete. The total concrete needed 270. Okay. For steel, needing 72. Steel is made at a 4-to-1 ratio. So, if I'm doing 72, then, or if I need 72, basically multiply that by 4, and it's 288. Now, even though it's a 4-to-1 ratio of 4 ingots of coal, 4 ingots of iron, gives me 1 out, the actual production rate is, no, I'm sorry, it's a 3-to-1 ratio. No, it's a 1-to-1 ratio. What am I thinking? It's a 1-to-1 ratio. So for every, 3 and 3, but I need to do 45 per minute. So if I need a whopping 72, then technically two of these machines would do it, technically speaking. Yeah. Because I need 72. To get to 72, that would be, well, I'm sorry. No, the 4-to-1 ratio, sorry. The ratio is here. That's what it is. The ratio comes over here. So this is where the 4-to-1 ratio is. So for steel beams, if I need 72, then I need 3 of these machines. The steel beams, well, no, this is overclocked. So half that, 15. So 5 of these machines, which is 75. 75 times 4. Is 300, so I need 300 steel, 300 iron. Or 300 iron, 300 coal. And then the sulfur, technically 360 on sulfur. Because I will be recycling I'll be recycling some. So 360. All right, so starting with the refineries. So if I'm doing 300, and the refineries are 45 a minute, so I need 7 refineries technically. So 7, or not refineries, foundries. 7 foundries for iron and coal. That then turns into 5 constructors for steel beams. Then in order to make the encrusted beams, you need concrete. Concrete is, I believe, a 3-to-1 ratio of limestone to, we'll check real quick. 3-to-1. So 3-to-1. So if I need 270 concrete, then basically take 270 by 3, which is 810, and divide that by 45. So I need 18 constructors for concrete. All right, then we need 3 assemblers For the encased beams, we need 15 manufacturers. For the fuel rods, actually, fuel rods are last in the line. We need 12 blenders for the uranium cells. And then we need 15 manufacturers for the fuel rods. Now, for the fuel rods, the only thing that's not I haven't taken into consideration are the control rods, and that's because I have everything I need for control rods. So let's go ahead and figure out. What I haven't figured out is if I'm going to assemble the fuel rods here or assemble the fuel rods over there. So the fuel rods, or excuse me, not fuel rods, the control rods are made in this, I think. No. This? No, not constructor. Packager? No. Assembler. I don't think I have a free assembler available, do I? But okay, I can do this. Control rod. So we can either do this route or this route. I have the steel beams. I think we may go, or steel pipes, we may go this route. But again, question is, do I do it over here or I do it over there? But what we're gonna do is, let's go get the base set up for the foundries, the steel beams, encased steel beams. So we are going to need 7 foundries. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 5 constructors for steel beams. Another 18. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay. And then 3 assemblers. Right, so we'll go with these parts first. Oops. We'll go with these parts first, so let's go shopping. Then we'll figure out what we're going to do for the control rod manufacturing. So let's go get a whole bunch of concrete. Let me just go ahead and move these concrete things down for a moment. We got more than enough cable, so we may drop off some stuff. I'll keep that much cable. We're gonna need some iron plates. Okay, we'll need some more of those. And wire. Okay, we don't. I'll go ahead and drop off one of those. Alright, so let me just sort through some stuff here. Oops. Don't need any computers, so I can go ahead and drop that off. And technically I don't need any of that, so I can drop that off. Alright, let's do Just move these down here for the moment. All right, so all right, so go for that route there. All right, let's see. Downstairs is our iron rods, or yeah, iron rods. We'll just go ahead and pull out of this one here. So 1 stack should be fine for that. So, all right. And then don't need any screws. Plates are over here. Let's see. We need 1, 2. Do that. Okay. All right. So. All right, so rotors, modular frames, we'll go get a second stack of. Reinforced iron plates, I know I've got that upstairs. So we need 1 stack of those. All right, go to, whatchamacallit. Yeah, so let's go ahead and drop that. Oh no, not that. That and that off. Didn't mean to drop. That's fine. No, I think I was going to drop off. No, hold on to it. It ain't going to hurt. Here's the doggo farm. All right, so rotors, and plus I can also empty this out, and because I have a whole bunch already made, so no, not motor, rotor. All right, 1 stack of that, and then just modular frames. All right, so do that. 2 stacks of modular frames. All right, let's go, because what we can do is while we're getting we can technically get the since the control rods it only uses 30 a minute, which is quite a low number. Oops, relatively low number. Let's take a look here. How full is our control rods? So no. So I got basically 1 full warehouse and say a third, 1 1/3 ish. So we could send that over if we wanted to, because that's 100 a stack, so 480. No, excuse me, 48, 4,080, 4,080, yeah. And how many of those machines? That's 12 of those machines. I suppose we could, well, that thing is, though, that's the last thing we need. So actually, 12 blenders. Let me add 12 blenders. All right, so go get some more motors. Yeah, because the fuel rod portion is the last step in the process. All right, so control units and heavy mod frames and casing. So I don't know if I put any more casings in here or not. If not, I can pull them from the pull them straight from the whatchamacallit. Okay, we'll pull those straight off the line. Let the autosave do its thing. And then heavy modular frames, if I don't have any, I can pull those off the line. Alright, so perfect amount there. Radio control units. Don't know if I have any in here, but I know where there's a shit ton of them. Okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and pull the aluminum casings off the line. Now, the question is going to be layout. Oh, you know what else I want? I'm going to need some... I'm going to need a number of storage units. How many? I don't know. I'm not going to do... let's see. How about 1, 2, 3, 4... I don't know. Let's just put 20 storage units. So we'll actually grab these now. So more beams and pipes, because I'm gonna want to do some storage. Now the question is, do I want any smart splitters? You know, am I gonna sink anything, or do I just let it back up? To me, I think for this, I don't know. I think I'd rather just have this stuff back up. Right, let's see. I got overflow of pipes in this here. And then I got an overflow of beams over here. All right, then just the casings, and we'll go ahead and top off the sheets as well. Shouldn't need that many, but the rotors, to manufacture those, I need wire. And the wire turns into iron rods. So I have an abundance of coal, or copper I should say, that I could easily get this going along with I think I got enough. I can pull some iron. Hell, I got iron at the other thing if need be. So pull 3 of those, and let's go ahead and top off. Well, I was, except I'm blind here. There it is. Alright. Alright, let's go ahead and catch a train. Yep. Alrighty. So now comes the fun part, trying to figure out how we want to do all this. And there's something else that I need to do while we're over here. So I was watching a video, and they were talking about update 6, which is coming out in June, and how there's going to be a significant change occurring to this area of the map up here, which and they said basically, if you have anything built up in that area, you need to move it. So now we're not gonna we will not be moving it the traditional way. For that, we will be using the an online tool of sorts. So what I gotta do is get a foundation put out here in the water somewhere as a temporary holding area, if you will. So that I can basically magically transport this. So what I need to do is first, let me see here. Let me take a look at my, but I don't need to do much on it. Oops. I don't need to do much. I just need to, I just need to get the right level, foundation-wise, set up. All right, so my foundations over there are at -13. Okay. And my foundation over here at the nuke site is at -5. So I need to go presumably down a little more. So 13 -13, and I said what, -5, so gotta go down another 8 meters roughly. So but now I gotta figure out where I want to put this as a temporary holding thing. So what I need to see is the world border. All right. So I was thinking about putting it out there. Let's see. It doesn't take up that much space. That's a good thing. I just gotta figure out where to put it. Now I could also, so there's a couple places I can put it. I can put it like way over here, because the world border technically is this here. This here, I don't know what that is, but that's not the world border. The world border basically is here at roughly, I don't know, pretty, you know, basically you go from the train station through this area here on a straight line. So I could put it out here because I don't, so basically directly out from that. That's one option. Basically, I would go down 2 steps, and let me see how much, approximately how much of a footprint is this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. All right, so I'm gonna make a note of that. 47 in length. Width is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 in width. And then it's at negative 13 meters for its initial elevation. That's for the core refinery. That's not including the actual refinery or the extractors. The water extractors may get sucked in on that, and I'm not too worried about that. So if we're gonna go for a little trip here. So I don't necessarily, bossy, I don't know. And this is, I don't know if I'm gonna put any more trains down this way or not. I can't go off of, let me see, a little corkscrew. I could go off the corkscrew, actually. Because I'm not gonna put nothing in front of it. So as a temporary thing, just temporary, we can go to the corkscrew, and because the corkscrew, there's plenty of space in front of it. It's not going to be used. And let me see, the corkscrew itself is how wide? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Corkscrew is 10 wide. Oops, ran too far. Corkscrew is 10 wide. I can go roughly, I don't know, another 5 to the right of the corkscrew before I hit the danger zone. Now, what I don't know is how the copy paste mechanic works in this save game file thing. So we'll find out here shortly, I guess. All right, so like I said, this is just going to be a temporary, inactive resource. Alright, so let's actually just go to the end of the station here. This is, yeah, so this, where I am, actually, so let me just validate this square right here. According to the interactive map, is -5. Okay, cool. So actually, go ahead and drop a. How did that shit get messed up again? What the bloody hell is happening to this? 0. 1. Five. All right, so what we're going to do here, this should in theory be -13. I don't know how they calculate their negative height. Alright, so what I'm gonna need, and actually I think if it's gonna stack on top of that, actually, you know what, let me before we go do this, Um, let me just all right, let me just watch a video real quick. All right, and also, so the Spire Coast, let me see if I can see here on the map. Oh, so the Spire Coast, I may have to move Silica as well. So the Spire Coast, I don't know, Silica's gonna be like right on the border. This guy here should be safe. Actually, let me see here. Satisfactory region map. I wonder, does the interactive map have the region on it? Can I show regions? Now, one thing I'm worried about okay. All right. I don't see. Yeah, so I don't see a region map as an option. All right, so let me pull up the official region map so I can figure out exactly what we're talking about here. That doesn't actually answer anything for me. They called it the Spires. Spire Coast. Yeah. There you go. The Spire Coast. All right, so let me look at. I'm just looking at it. My map, my in-game map, or my online map area to where the game border is. All right, so let's see here. I'm trying to look for certain points of reference. Let's see. That there. Okay, so Silica just it's like it's close. My Silica station is very close to the Great the Spires. So I don't know. It may or may not get affected. Like the new thing I just set up for coal, for sulfur and iron, or sulfur and coal. That's fine. That's considered the Western Slopes. My oil refinery, which is what we're about to duplicate, that will be affected. All right, so let me finish watching this quick video here. All right, just watching a couple. All right, we're gonna go over here and find our dead zone. Okay, right there. All right. So 19. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. All right. So that's my width. So now just wait and see what the proper thing is. Oh. Okay. Ah, okay. All right, so we're gonna do an experiment here real quick. Let's save our game here. Actually, we're gonna save again. I need to get off of this thing, otherwise I'm gonna get squashed. So let's go ahead and just head over here. And we'll put ourselves right here. Now we're gonna save. All right. So now we're gonna do an experiment here. Don't know how this is gonna work. That's why I'm gonna make a copy of what we just saved. I'm gonna load that into our little save game thing here. And if I pasted this properly, that is at the right height, perfect. All right, so now, okay, let me turn off some objects here so they're not on the map when we do this. All right, so now we're going to go and highlight our base. Or highlight the, what you call it in question. And we're going to copy the selected items. All right, so now we're going to go find that thing we just put down. On paste, okay. Keep that, paste. The bottom of pasting object and delete center object. Top of pasting object. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, close. Can I undo that? That's not exact. Can I undo what we just did? Yeah, undo. All right. Let's see. Paste. Okay, so how do you rotate? Okay, so actually it's looking for the center. All right, so let's do this. Give me, you know what? Okay. We're actually gonna do this a little bit differently then. So if it's looking at the center, we'll do this. Fill with the foundation. One foundation at minus, oh, not minus 800. Oh God, no. Minus 13. All right. See how this. Okay, that didn't. Oh, you know why? Oh, because I got to rotate it. Damn it. I didn't rotate it. Sorry, we're doing a little experiment on the website so I can. Dude, let's try this. X, Y, Z. Okay, so let's try this again. Fill with foundation. at minus 13. Rotate. Yeah, let's see what the pace looks like. Well, it's actually close, but still just a little bit off. Minus 13. Alright, so 90 went that way, and then 90 and another 45 would be 135. So let's try 135. Right. I can't tell what the angle was on that, but let's see what this pace looks like. Closer. Alright. Sorry, we're just trying to get this damn base in a certain position. Right, so we gotta do it right here. And minus 13 again. And pivot that. So I did 135. Let's try 125 on this one. Can I draw a line between this? Let's draw a line from here that way. I'm just trying to see how close this is as far as being oh, let's see what it looks like. All right. Alright, you know what? That's close enough for government work. No, actually, you know what? Put it out further in the water, just... If I could just get this angle... I don't know what angle this is at. Actually... Let's look at it from this perspective. Let me go back into the game. Alright, so... that there... Yeah, I'm on that center line as close as I can get. So east would be 90. A perfect southeast there would be 135. We're just a few degrees off of 135. So So basically, let's just try. Oops. So we know it's not 135. Let's try 133. How about 132? So -1. Just trying to see how the line lines up. Try another one. That's close. I'm gonna go with that. All right, come on, lucky. That's the right angle. I just need to make it out further. So now it's 35, 34. Okay. We should have it on this one now. Alright, so let's go ahead and put this out here further. That was my problem. Alright. -13. Right, now rotate this. So 133. $132. All right, we'll go with this. Cerveja says, okay, that'll work. And then I can select and remove it at another later on. I can use like the lasso tool or the circle tool. Oops. But okay. So now we're going to new calculator appended. All right. So let's see. The only thing I did was I made a copy of my refinery. So let's see how this works. Cross our fingers on this. And we're just doing this in preparation for update 6, which is going to totally hose the north part of the map. All right. Well, that's nowhere. I mean, it's supposed to be a little bit lower, but that's okay. That there is just it's out there just to what do you call it? Now, let me do a couple things here. This here is just a temporary thing. And although I'm a little confused as to why it actually went so high. I mean, it's not that big of a deal because if anything, it actually helps out just a little bit. But what's going to happen is once we do go place this down again, because this is actually supposed to be, it's supposed to be closer in the water. Does it put it at, it put the foundation? Okay, something just, damn it. Yeah, now this is gonna bug me. I'm gonna, for whatever reason, all right, let me, so 130, okay, so the altitude for this should be negative 13 meters. Wait, altitude in centimeters. Okay. I missed that little. So 1, 2, 3. Okay. So that could be the reason why. All right, so that's the proper height. All right, now change that to 132. Now paste. All right, looks good. All right, let's go ahead and save that now. It's, like I said, it's close enough. So I'm gonna go ahead and reload this again after it downloads. All right. So let me go ahead and put this over here, place it. All right, now let me go ahead and load the game from this. Because now this time it should be in the water, not hovering above it. And again, it's just going to sit here and just be a placeholder. Of course, I think the train's there. If that's all right. All right, so that steel came up a little high. Because this is supposed to, well, you know what, screw it. $13. For whatever reason, so I'm wondering if I needed, I think I'm gonna do this one more time. Because and actually, let's do this. So it's and here's how we can get a little bit more precise on this. All right, so it's 47 in length. and 19 in width. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 1, 2, 3. Get off that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The center. So this is 9. This is 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this here would be our center mark. All right, but let's do it this way. If I did the foundation at negative 13, okay, so we'll just do it again. Right, so we did it at 13, and then when we pasted, that went to 7. So that's difference there of 6. So let's go down to 19. And then delete, 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 rotate you, and we're actually gonna go to 131 this time. All right, because alright, so paste. Most times clipboard calculate center. Correcting, if not, you can offset it. Paste option. Bottom. Websites. Okay, that showing my foundation at the right height this time, which I should have looked at to begin with, quite honestly, before doing that. All right, so we're gonna do this one more time. All right. All right, now. So this should be at the proper water level. Now, like I said, it's a dead refinery. All right. Oops. So that is at the proper level. Based on what the original's at. And it's almost actually on, par too. Now, like I said, this is 100% a temporary facility. It's gonna run itself dry here in a few minutes. The only thing I'm here to do is change the trains, or get rid of this train that's here. if there's a train here. I don't know if there's actually a train station or not here. But yeah, this here is going to die shortly once it runs out of juice. There actually is a train here. It just happened that when I did this, the train. So now we didn't delete the original, so this is still active. That train's still active. I'm just gonna. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Okay, so this must be empty. Interestingly enough, I can configure the train station. But I can't look inside the train station. Well, the train cars are empty, so that's a good thing. We're gonna... Yeah, so I'm not sure why I can't actually... I can destroy the platform. I don't know why, unless... Oh, you know what? It's probably because there's no power. Here, let's tap this into power real quick. But while we have power. Oh, you know why I can't look at it? Because it was in the middle of a docking sequence. Alright, that's why. Alright, so that train ain't going anywhere. Okay. It seems to be stuck in a docking sequence. All right. Oop. Okay. Now we can take all. So we'll take all of this just because. I mean, no point in it going to waste, right? Now these should start to die out. A few more left over. So we're gonna... Basically, we're just waiting for I mean, if it's gonna, we'll just set, let's burn out first. I'll know that the power plants are out of juice once I stop floating, so I'm not that high up, so I shouldn't get hurt. So while that's going on, I'm going to take a quick break and then I'll be back in a few moments. Alright, so looks like we still have power. But because I don't, and we're still making plastic. Wow, I'm actually I'll be honest, I'm a little confused here. Let's look at one of the power poles here. It's gradually going down as generators run out of gas. So, no, we'll let them run out of gas. I don't have a, I didn't set up a master switch here, so these guys here are gonna slowly run out of fuel. Eventually. Because the refineries that are, all these refineries should be emptying out. Yeah, so all these are. Now what I could do if I wanted to, and I'm not going to, I'll let it burn and continue to make plastic. Like this guy here, he's so. I could have swore for a second I thought I saw its crude oil go up. Okay. So this guy here is just about dead. But he is dead. So this will be getting drained here. So that's the last one that's creating fuel. So these guys here are slowly dying out, which again, the whole point of this move was just to in preparation for update 6. This is not a once update 6 is done and released, we can find we'll go find what you call it. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and remove these, and we will press forward with what we were actually doing, or trying to do earlier. We'll go ahead and just clear out all of this foundation here. I initially laid this out because I was going to try to put that right here, but trying to figure out exactly how to get the base right where I wanted it was a little bit of a pain in the ass. So all right, so go ahead and wipe that out. Cool. Alrighty. So we're gonna do one quick little thing here. I don't have the car over here, do I? No. So we're gonna run back over here real quick. Drop off this plastic that, you know, because I'm kind of double dipping for the moment. Because I will only be altering the save game one more time, presumably, and that is once the update 6 is released. Depending on how jacked up, I mean, who knows? Maybe my oil refinery will be fine over there. Don't know. If it is, then this the copy that we just put down will get deleted. If it doesn't work out and the Spire area oil refinery is not usable, then we will see where we can tap into the same equivalent refinery set and plop that down. And the only thing we have to do is run the pipes for the water, possibly, because I didn't look to see if the water extractors were there or not. No, the water extractors were not brought in on this. So we'd have to put the water extractors back in, and obviously the main miners, and so that's not really that big of a deal. But that is why it's important for us to get nuclear power up and running. Did I need any plastic? I don't see any plastic needed here. So go ahead and drop all the plastic off. Everything still has a check mark, right? Right. Okay. Yeah, so that's why it's important for us to get nuclear power up and running, so that once they do implement update 6, we're gonna have plenty of power over here. All right, so what we were doing is we were putting up the initial foundation here, because up here is where we're going to have our assembly line. And so we're going to have this go out up to the launch tube. So one more. All right, so this will be our far point here, okay. And then gonna go out that way a bit. Because we can go backwards further. But I've got a lot of manufacturing things that have to take place here. So I should have plenty of room to do this. And I think we're going to turn our train stations around so that the feed actually is going to be on the wall instead of in the middle. This way it can come up on the edge and then I can feed it from there. So let me go ahead and do another set of foundations here. And then as far as the actual physical nuclear plants are concerned, I haven't really figured that one out yet. I'm thinking about moving maybe flattening out where the drone bays are, or pushing the drone bays out further, I should say, because theoretically, I should be able to do, if everything scales up. I had 3 before without it being overclocked. So if I'm doing 2.5 times now on uranium, I should, in theory, be able to go up to 8. Let me see here. Let's take a quick peek here. So for your nuclear power plants, let me see. It uses 1 nuclear power plant. So, wow. In theory, one Mark III, going 600. I can, Jesus Christ, I can do 30 power plants. Holy Toledos. Huh. So it's a 2-to-5 ratio on water. How many is there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13. Wow. That's the thing is, what I don't see is the burn time on this. Okay, so maybe this will tell me the burn time. 5 minutes. So at normal speed, 1 nuclear rod will last 5 minutes. And in theory, if I'm doing 15 manufacturers for fuel rods, they're at 0.4 minute. So 15. So I'll be producing 6 a minute. But I mean, it says I can do 30. Because I guess 6 a minute, and it actually, where's my tunnel start? My tunnel? Yeah, so this is my tunnel. Got a couple more foundations for my tunnel. So let me see here. Yeah, so if you get 6 a minute over the course of 5 minutes, you'll get 30. Yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 12, and then so 2 spots here. All right, so that's my launch tunnel, so I can come over 2 more. All right. So that's quite a few more nuclear power plants than I was expecting, quite honestly. Are we going to go and make that many? Maybe over time, but not immediately. So let me take a look here at this interactive map. There's a hard turn that comes up roughly, I don't know. So I'm actually going to run out of room back here eventually. Now, nothing says we can't stack our nuclear power plants. Now, here's the problem. We stack the nuclear power plants, then we got to do a lot of water pumping. So what we'll probably end up doing is flattening that out. That'll be all a good handful of nuclear power plants. And then the drone bays, maybe we'll run the drone bays over here. I'm just looking, my big concern, well, it's not really a big concern, but like I said, the radioactivity from the uranium that I've got right now is, let me take a look here. It's pretty large. It goes out roughly 425 meters in a circle. So 52 foundations across. All right. So if I take that in consideration, let me see here. 52 or well, it's gonna, even if I have them on the back corner, they're gonna be so now the question is, well, here's the deal: is I'm not gonna, once the nuclear power plant comes up and running, I'm not gonna have to be too close to it. So even if let's say the drones, it would cover the entire nuke power plant station area. So, but you know what? Again, not too worried about that. All right, because once this is up and running, then we're not going to be spending too much time over here. All right, so let's figure out. So actually, first things first. Let's turn the train station around. So we're gonna feed on this side. Actually, we can push over a little bit more. So we're gonna feed on this other side. So go ahead and get rid of this. And go ahead and push this over one more row. Just so I can have some room over here. Because this material will go up to the ceiling to its respective construction assembly area. Alright, so get down. Now what I can also do, and I mean, we'll worry about the uranium after we get everything else going. All right, so what we gotta do now, I don't know if it's gonna let me do, I don't know if it'll let me place this. So we're gonna, let me make sure I got room. Okay. We're gonna tear down, no I can't. Let's see if it'll let us tear this down now. Oh, autosave. So 1, 2, 3. Oh, I missed the freight car. Oh, that's right. This is 5. Okay. So now, go ahead and place our freight car or freight stations back down. Except we're going to have them go on that side, like I said. Actually, here's an idea. All right, now let's go ahead and get our freight cars back in. All right, so everything should be hooked back up. All right, because these are going to go up. Now, trying to decide. Do we want to go out one more? Yeah, you know what? We're going to go out one more. And the reason why we're going to go out one more, we're going to have, we're going to kind of mimic what we have at the feeding station. And that is, we're going to put our storage bin on this side. Just to have a storage bin in line with the whatchamacallit. Do we need a storage bin here? It would, yeah, we kind of do want a storage bin here because if for whatever reason, I don't know. We're gonna put a storage bin here though. and then we're gonna feed through the roof, and then we'll figure out where we're gonna go from there. All right, so now we go ahead and we'll just back this train up since this one's actually active. So here we did only 4, as opposed to the 5 on that one. Okay. And now we can bring you back into the station. All right, now let's go ahead and lay down our storage and then start figuring some stuff out. All right, so this time we're going orange facing that way. We're doing center line. And then just make sure these all accurately lined up, just because all right. Actually, you know what? Work this way backwards, because this way I don't have to run in between things. All right, cool. All right, so that's the initial storage. All right, so now, let's see, I believe that I can just put a hole. Let me see here. If I do a hole, so that comes out to there. So just off center line, okay? So just off center line on whatever appropriate axis it is. So right here on grid, or one off grid, and not just off center line. So no, on grid, one off center is what I believe it showed, right? Yeah. Perfect. All right, so now we'll just go ahead and get the rest of these conveyor things done. All right, so pretty much the same thing. Grid, off center, grid, and one off center. Now, these are going to pretty much be daisy. Okay, and then same thing. These are pretty much going to be daisy chaining right into the next assembly line item. So, and wait, are you off? Wait, hold on. No, that one's, no, those are all on my bad. Beep. Okay, so that one's right though. Yeah, so but actually we want it to come off top. All right, so the first two here are limestone. Limestone is needed to make concrete. According to my, and here's hoping I got this right. I said I need 270 concrete. Based on that, 270 concrete. Multiply that, or divide that by 15, because that's how much concrete you get per whatchamacallit. Comes up with a total of 18. And then you multiply 18 by 45, because it's a 3-to-1 ratio, and I need 810. And the limestone nodes that we're pulling from are 2 pures that we will be overclocking to get us the required amount. Hell, we may even go beyond that, but limestones are coming into this. Right, this is what we're going to do for the moment, just so I can have a little bit more flexibility in flying. Go ahead and kill that. This way I can actually get this train station powered up, so I can float more freely. All right, so these two guys here are going to be doing limestone. Now, what I got to take in consideration is that I can't merge the belt because that exceeds the speed, or so 780 and I need 810. So we're going to be basically feeding each of these two. So here's the thing, is I need 18, so 9 and 9. So that's just 9 times 45 is 405. I'll be pulling in 480. So that'll work. So now the question is the layout. Now for the output, I can put all those into a single. But now the question is, am I going to run this way, or am I going to run that way? What I'm thinking about doing here is crashing to the ground. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let me tweak this around a little bit. Uh, let me break this power here, and instead, this way I have power coming out this far. So this guy here goes right. Whoa! We could have almost died there. All right. So now I can. God bless. All right. So a 9 is going to be a 3-3-3 split, or a 3-3 split. All right. So we're going to have these guys face each other. I'm gonna give this room here for split. We're gonna come pretty much all the way over here, and let's go ahead and set up our first set of constructors. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, so now I don't want to do an inline merger set, but on the same token, I kind of do. If they're putting out 15, the problem with inline mergers is the back could have a tendency of backing up. Now, then again, let me see here. So concrete, 15 a minute. So it's gonna do that in a burst. That we shouldn't back that up, because now the issue I had with that inline merger set was when I was running the silica units. But now the silica units were putting out 60 a minute versus 15 a minute. So this is a little bit different than that. So, well, then again, 15 and 15 is 30. Well, we could do 2 in line, so 1 in line for that one, 1 in line for this one. Or let me see here. Let's just see how much space this would take up. 2. All right, and then all of these guys would merge into 1 right there. So this would be pulling in 15 by 9. So 15 by 9 is 135. See, that's a lot of wasted space doing it that way. Whereas, you know what's worse that happens? It doesn't work as I want, and I redo it. Wouldn't be the first time, right? Because I'm trying to limit myself to a somewhat of a small footprint. And plus, because at most, I mean, if I fully cap out, those pures, they'll be doing. Shit, where the hell they go? If I fully cap those out, I think that's 600 a minute on a pure, I believe. Just trying to look here at a pure node somewhere so I can look at it. I believe pure nodes are 600 a minute on a Mark II. So what this does is this gives us room to expand. So 600 divided by 45 is 13. So we could add, you know, another 5 here if we wanted to. There's 13 in one row, so that'll be 26 times 15. So that would bump up our, you know, theoretically. But anyhow, so we'll go ahead and try this as an experiment. I mean, what's the worst that's going to happen? It doesn't work. So that should. It should work. I just gotta put the belt in. Can't snap though. I gotta do this the old-fashioned way. Now this here. This may be one of the few things that goes into storage, because this is actually used by 2 different things. Man, the power draw on this alone is going to be the equivalent of a nuclear power plant. Okay. Oh, maybe not, but now another option we could have done is technically we could have overclocked these, but to me it just seems easier to overclock the inputs from the raw ore and then just add extra machines. All right, so concrete wise we need 180 for this and 90 for the steel beams. So how that's going to work is a 3-way splitter. Oops. So the splitter here. Oh, I guess first things first. Let's get this stuff ran here. So you're gonna have to. Here we'll do our standard splits. So we'll do our every 3. So 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. All right, and then put another splitter there. Actually, no, those were way too close. All right, and we're gonna go downstairs and let's I need better power up here for me to float. So let me get some power poles up here, because otherwise I'm gonna get frustrated, and no one likes when I get frustrated. All right, so let's just go ahead and give me some power poles around here. That's just a temporary thing for me to fly around and do what I need to do without losing juice. Because I'm getting some juice from the rail below, but that's only gonna go so far. So that's why I packed a whole bunch of these things here, just so I could float around. And then we'll move to, or whatnot, if I end up building on these. All right. So now let me go ahead and get this set up. Hold on. God bless America. All right, so now all right, so I'm just thinking of how I'm gonna feed this. All right, so three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. All right, and then all right, now go ahead and tie these in. Get our centers done first. And then obviously that one there too. What I'm thinking is having this guy here go around. Right, so let me see here. Yeah, so technically that could work. No, we're not going into that. Go right there. All right. Come on. This guy here is going to come around this way. And not really worried about the what you call it at the moment. That's just cosmetic. It will be getting removed. Right, so that'll be the feed for that, and then go ahead and get this guy. Oh, too much. All right, so there's our concrete in. All right, so now these three are iron. These two are sulfur. Those two are copper. Or coal. The coal has to meet up with the iron. The sulfur needs to go that way. So, well, what we'll do for the coal, actually, so how many foundries are we doing? Only 7 foundries. So 7 foundries and then 5 constructors. All right, so we'll bring the iron down this way, and then the because I'm looking, how we can tie these in, somewhat. Before I do that, I'm gonna just take a quick break real quick. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, I'm just looking at my little cheat sheet here, just the steel beams make 15 using 4 to 1. That's right, the foundries are 45 to 45. All right, so screw it, we'll do it down here. We'll bring the iron down here. Dealing with 7 foundries. So 7 on a split. And this actually, I'm not gonna have to worry about splitting this. I don't have to do any sort of loopbacks or anything like that. Simply because I'm gonna be overloading these. So actually, let's have the foundries face that way and we go out 7 that way. Or actually, you know what? Let's do something crazy. Because we're wild and crazy, right? Let's do it right there. 1, 2, 2, 3. This is gonna be a weird setup. Actually, no. I was gonna do 1 in the middle and then 3 down that way. That's not. This way I got room to expand. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. Those 2 are gonna give me coal. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So right. No, yeah. First 2 are coal. Because you gotta look at the way the train's going on. So that's gonna be coal. We're gonna have him facing that way. And from as far as coal input is concerned, we're tapping into 4 normals. But let me see. But if I overclock them, so 120, 240, 480. So if I overclock these, that's 480 a pop. Okay, so no, they can't do it that way. They can't. I was gonna merge them together. I could technically still merge it together because it's still more than what we need. So, but nah. What we'll do here is. I can get this to hit. You go face that way. All right. Now for the sulfur, we'll have the sulfur. Well, we'll hold off on the sulfur because we don't know which way the sulfur is going. The steel is going to be used to. It's only one thing for steel, and that's going to be coming down here. The steel that we're tapping into are. Let me see here. Were the 3 pures as well? So a pure, and a pure, which we're going to double overclock. So technically, I only need 2 of these to tie in with those, because let's look here. So steel, and actually we may be able to tweak this a little bit more. Let's look at what we're pulling in here and what we need. All right, so we got 7 foundries. Multiply that by 45. Means I need 315. Which technically will be one of each. One steel and one coal. Let me also just double check one more time. Okay, let me turn off all these other nodes here. Because those are normals. And so that'll be together, that'll be 240, then will become 480. These individual will become 480. All right, so realistically, this coal here, I don't know what we're gonna do with it. We're gonna use this coal here to feed everything. And then, because that'll be 480 coming out of that. So how do we want to split this? Well, here, like I said, it's gonna get okay. So we'll do outside. So give me a splitter. No, I can't be that close. I gotta take into consideration the belts. So I may need to push the foundries forward. Let's go ahead and do that. I got room. All right, so if we're going to come off this guy here, and we'll give ourselves a splitter. Let's go on this line here. So I gotta take into consideration room for the iron. The iron's going to tap in right on top. All right. So then, do we want to do a 2-2-2-2 and loop back in? Or do we just say screw it, flood the first one? Because, like I said, we need 315, we're feeding at 480. Screw it, we'll just, we'll flood it. Alright, so boundary number 1 will go right here. And then we'll do a 3 split and a 3 split. So go ahead and give me boundary number 1 on just off the seam. So right, I can just go ahead and position that. Actually, so when we get to the split, let's see what this looks like. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. All right, so this split here is going to come and feed over here. So how far back do I need to be? That's a merge. How far back do I need to be? I think that. So that works. Okay, that'll work. Because then I can move that back 1. Because You go inside. So all right, I'm trying to get my center line here. Center line is on grate, so back 2 off grate, up to that point, and then you do that, and then you come 2 off that, and then into that. Okay, and then as we're running on that line there, come back 2, up 1, and then there, back up 2. All right, and then we'll back this up. This splitter is going to go right there. So that should, yep, good. And then for this, we did top to the right, bottom to the left. Really? Unfucking believable. Okay, so top to the right, bottom to the left. It's, I mean, it clears. I mean, just out of curiosity. I don't know if I can do something like that over here. Let's just see. If I put a pole here. No. So this has to go straight in because of that. But it's technically not clipping, so I'm okay with that. Alright, so anyhow. I think that one there is the direction we want. Yep, okay. And then top to the grate, back up 2, up 1, bottom there. Okay. Top to there. Hold on. Make sure I'm running on the right line here. There, back up 2. All right, and then you can go into that, and you go into that, and you go into that. Now we'll take this iron here, and he's going to run on that seam. So So he'll run this seam here on level 2. And we'll tap into, so we only need to tap into 1 iron here. Come on. So up 2 notches. 1, 2. That should do it. Let's see what it looks like when I turn it the other direction. Come on. So 1, 2. All right, so now this iron and this iron here are extra iron that I could send over to somewhere else if I wanted to. All right, so now the foundries, they're gonna take their stuff and they're going to go into 5 constructors. Now, thing is though, let's see, I'm pushing 480 on this, right? What is, just out of curiosity, 480 on this, divided by 45, I could run, because right now I'm running 7, but I could run, because 7 is the minimum I need for iron. I could push up to 10 on this 480 just because to make extra, and in doing so basically it would just so you know what, let's do that. Screw it. Actually, I could have left that foundry there. So this here will get relocated. So we're gonna run 9 here, just because I could run 10, but 10 is another one of those weird splits. 9 is an easy splitting number because that's just a 3-3. So let's go ahead and do that. I just hope I've got enough. I hope I got enough material for this, because I gotta take into consideration what I what I stocked up for. Does anything else use rotors? I may be short a couple rotors. Well, what else are rotors used on? I don't know. Alright, so go ahead and set up. Oh, I mean, hell, worst comes to worst, I go back and get some more rotors. All right. Hey, you know what? Screw it. We're just gonna... Is it clip? Oh, screw you and taking damage. I didn't take any damage. So do low inside, high outside. No, damn it. I can't do it. Can't do it. It's not like I'm... It's not like I need... You know, it's not like I need to conserve space here. So... Damn it. No. Alright, and then we put a set of splitters right on top of this. And have this guy here face that way. And then this guy here running on the seam. All right. All right, cool. Now we're gonna go back over here and think about something. So we're gonna be bringing in 480, right? 240, 240. So 480 on for each of these. That's a 45. Let me see here. So 480 by 45 comes to 10, and so we're running 9 each. Okay, and then right, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So we're doing the full 18 for this, which is at the moment what we need for that, because 18 by 15 gives us our 270. So this here is going to be giving us exactly what we need there. This will give us over what we need, but that's okay. So then we need only a little bit of concrete for the steel beams. So pretty much a third of what this is putting out. So we're gonna have our what do we need? Constructors. So More constructors, okay. So we're gonna do a line of constructors here. A whopping 5 of them. And give ourselves some room here. So, no, not constructors. Yeah, because we gotta do constructors first. These guys, okay, so hold on. Oops. Let me see what our output's gonna be. Or let's see what our input is, because this is a 4-to-1. Okay, so taking 60, 15. These are gonna put out 45. So 45 by 9 is gonna give us 405. 405 divided by 60. So we can do, we'll do 6 machines here. All right, so what's gonna happen is we're gonna do a 3-3 or a 3. 3-2. 3-2. So split there. Split here. Again, this is gonna overproduce because we don't need this many, but you know what? Better to have it making more than we need than not have enough. All right, and then another split right here on center line. This guy comes into here. All right, now we do a merge set and then we feed it back along this way here. Let the autosave do its thing. So what, let's see here what may need, is it the blender? No, blender uses that. Assembler? Yeah, the assembler uses the rotors. Alright, so we'll go back, like I said, we'll go get some more rotors. Okay, so now we're gonna merge. Merge there. 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And I suppose if we wanted to, and it is a consideration, we could put a smart splitter out here if we wanted to, you know, if we wanted to burn burn the extra material. Well, we may actually do that for that stuff over there, just so we're getting something out of it. Right, so now this guy here is going to come down this way. Like a nice little turn here in the center. Oh, that damn it, I'm trying to, you go down, I'm just trying to look up, okay? Okay, you're running one off center. That's what I wanted to see. So here's center. Turn 1, 2, 1, 2. Now you come around this way. Put it right there for a minute. Now I bring you on seam. All right. So now these are all okay. Let me make sure everything here is set up. You're good. You're good. 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 There's actually... this is what I need the rotors for, so... let me go ahead and head on back to base and grab another stack of rotors. Unless, I mean, who knows, maybe it's something I can... Is it something I can create? Do I have the materials to create it? I don't have any screws on me. Alright, so let's go ahead and go back to base camp, get some rotors. That stuff is still burning? Well, there's... I don't know how it's still burning. Because it's not... That's funny. Well... We'll see if it's truly burning or not come nightfall, because come nightfall we should see a whole bunch of lights light up over there. Now, so here's the other question. Do we want to go ahead and boost beyond 200%? Because if we boost, the only one we would really get a benefit out of it would be the concrete, in which we could make more concrete versus the exact 270 that we're calculating. Because right now 480 you know, brings us to oh, I'm sorry, not 480. Ooh. Go for a train ride. So that's the one thing, is like, do we want to do that or not? We don't have to boost them all, but do we want to boost the limestone up to 600? Because let me see here. Oh, we're taking the train right here. So we have 1200 that we pull in. Divide that by 45. That gives us 26 concretes. 26.6. So let's just say 26 times 26. Oops. 26 times 15. That gives us 390. I mean, we could cap out the concrete just to, again, better to have an overage than not enough, so let's what else do we need? Okay, so the concrete is okay, so we're running 18, so that'd be an additional 8 constructors. All right, so let me get another 8 constructors. So then we can, let's go get some stuff for the smart splitters. We'll go ahead and do a handful of smart splitters, because, you know, it's one thing to, you know, I mean, hell, might as well go ahead and, oops, we'll go ahead and get a couple smart sinks, or sinks as well. I don't think we'll need 10, but foundations, I think I can cut back on the foundation. So let me go ahead and adjust that real quick. So keep the foundation, we'll drop that down to 100. which will drop my concrete limit or list. All right. See, do a quick flyby over here, see if these guys are backed up between them yet. Not there yet. What about you guys? Nope, not backed up yet either. All right, so let's go shopping. Maybe we'll go see the doggos. No, let's not see the doggos. They're too confusing for me right now. It's like a damn... Okay, so iron rods. Alright, so go ahead and get, grab 2 stacks of these just because. AI limiters, cable, rotors, and reinforced plates. Here's a reinforced. Take an extra stack, or 2. Rotors, take a couple extra stacks just in case we decide to change our plan. We'll take 2 stacks of those. The only other thing are these sheets here, really. But that's for conveyor belts. But we're probably gonna want to get some more anyhow. So we'll hit the cable's on this side. We'll grab another 2 stacks of those. Limiters. Go ahead and grab 2 stacks of those just because. All right, let's check our shopping list here, make sure we did get everything. Everything's checked but that one item. Okay, cool. And is there anything I needed to drop off? I didn't pick up any ore or anything like that, right? Let's do this though. Grab 2 more. Hi guys. I'd really like to see you guys go into there, and that'd be kind of cool. Let's grab 2 more of these because I will bump up limestone up just a little higher. So everything, all the iron, coal, and sulfur. Let me just check here. The sulfur that we're tapping into is no, we need to bump so when we bump it up, that'll be 240, that's 480. Oh no, 600. So we're going to be pulling 600 for sulfur, and plus sulfur we're not going to need as much as we, just because part of the processing of this we can recycle some sulfur. All right, so if we hurry up, we can catch that train as it goes back. And my storage bins for the aluminum is 100% maxed out. And I mean, that's all aluminum ingots. So that'll get this construction going here for a while. But yeah, I mean, that's, let me see how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So 19 times 2 is 38. And they stack in stacks of 100. So, oops. Let's see here. So there's 38 storage units times 48, because there's 48 in each storage unit, times 100. That's 182,000 aluminum ingots. I think we're gonna have enough aluminum ingots to last us till doomsday. All right, so we're gonna bump up. Like I said, we'll do another 6. Because I said 26, we did 18, so another 8. I did say 8, and not that. I did say 8 here, right? 8 constructors? Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. Oh, I'm only seeing train stations that this can go on. Okay. I was gonna be. I was like, where's my other train stations at? So what we may do, well, actually, you know what? So, all right. So let's take a look at something here, real quick. So the control rod. This here, oh no, because it's that there. It's the AI limiter. So the AI limiter in the stator, I've got enough iron. I don't have an alternate recipe for this. Don't know if there is one or not, but I've got enough iron down here because, again, I'm only using actually there's my iron in there, so I've got enough iron here. I could bring in some copper because there is copper out there that I could tap into. And I could create stators here and then just ferry over the AI limiters from that base to make the control rods here. All right, so let me see here. So we got 18. So 9 and 9. So and said we're gonna do we're gonna bump this up to basically use every ounce of limestone, so 600 and 600. So this so that's 1200. Divide that by 45 because that gives us 26. So now our 26, divide that in half is 13 a line. Now, so yeah, see, here's the problem with doing this, and that is kind of in order to effectively do that, and I could kind of squeeze it in here. Instead of doing 13, what I would do is I would do 12, because then I could do it'd be a tight squeeze, but basically we would put a splitter roughly there to feed back to that. And then that would feed to there. And then the main splitter would be here. So it would go two-way split to a three-way split, which is fine. Let's just, we'll go ahead and just see if we can fit this in here. All right, so if we put a splitter, okay, let me try right there for the moment. Okay, so it'll go there without clipping. Okay. And so let's go ahead and add 3 more constructors on this side. So 1, 2, and 3. With a splitter here. Alright, and then we do a splitter here. And then that guy is the feed for this. So he could actually go back to where he was. Yeah, sort of. So maybe. No. No. Alright, so if I do I'm gonna manually put a pole here. And just to keep in line with it, that pole there was at we're at on this grate. Manually put a pole there. Oops. Okay. All right. Yeah, we can go with that. All right. Now, what is that going to do for our output? So 15 by 26. What does that give us? That's 390. So it's not that much. I'm just hoping this inline merger can handle it. Cause, well, we'll find out if it can or not, right? All right, so go ahead and wipe out that splitter there. Go ahead and get rid of that bend for the moment. And just wipe out that foundation for no apparent reason. All right, so this guy here is going to go pretty much one back from the existing splitters. So they're back one. And now this one here, I mean, for this one here, I think we can actually put it back to where it was, I think. So right on center seam, right here. No, because he's gonna come down center seam. So what we did is we put a pole here at the bend, and we put a pole there. And that actually will do its proper turn. All right, so then go ahead and add in the inline mergers again. He said, I'm a little worried about this part here, but we'll see how it works out. I mean, Worst comes to worst, it fails miserably, and I have to come up with another. Well, I just move them back some. All right, so now these guys here are going to put their iron plates or steel beams together. Let's go ahead and get these guys merged together. Okay, blue's there. And then do another merger here. That should, I think, be what we want. Yep. All right. So now this, these are going to go into the assemblers for the encased beams. So now, based on this, 15 by 6. So 15 by 6 gives us 90. Okay. And this here is now going to give us what I say. Oh, I gotta program these first, I guess. Yeah, let's not forget to do that. All right, so this here gives us 15 by 26 now. It's 390. Divide that in 3, which gives us 130 coming over to the what you call it, for the encased beams. I mean, if we want, possibly, because we can. No, because we're still shy on the because we only needed 5 of these, or we only needed 3. Hold on. No, these are the steel beams. Steel beams. Yeah, because we needed 5 of these to give me 75. So we're just making some extra. All right, so we need now 3 assemblers, and you know what? We'll do these assemblers right here in front of this thing. So we'll do the split on concrete. We'll come out here. Now, before we go, let's go ahead and give ourselves a smart splitter here. I'm not going to smart split concrete, or should we? Yeah, go ahead and smart split the... Well, do we smart split the concrete before or after our splits? Yeah, we'll smart split it here. And then we will resplit it normally. Because this here, so that smart splitter is going to feed this here, we'll say. And actually, go ahead and push this smart splitter back, because don't need to, even though I do have a lot of space, don't need to waste it. Right, so then this guy here is going to tie into, that's a merge. This splitter here will go there. And then we'll feed, have another smart splitter on top, like so. All right. Then we're gonna do our assembler trio. Giving us enough room. So one there, one there, one there. Okay. So then we're gonna feed into this. All right, so let's do it another way. All right, so this guy here. Well, let's put a sink over here. Or actually, you know what? Put a sink right here. I mean, we're not gonna be putting out that much stuff, so go ahead and put the sink right there. All right, give us a merge on the sink, and actually, let's go with the merge right there. All right, so. And then we're gonna go up high for him. All right, so all right, so let me think here. How about? Okay, so. Okay, so let's do this. You're gonna not, no. You're going straight into that. You're gonna go into that. And then you're gonna go there. And we do low inside. We'll do low right. And then low inside. High outside. High right, high outside. This is this. So this is going to give us exactly our, exactly the 18 we need for the fuel rod. All right, and then you guys, oh, I need more power. No, I don't. All right, so merge there. All right, so that's gonna go to the fuel rods. You're gonna go into that. All right, so we're gonna hit the smart splitter. Okay, you know what? Screw it. Go ahead and do our smart splitter where I was gonna do it before. So smart splitter right there, on center. All right, this will be your, that'll be our overload. All right, now we are going to All right, you will come out. Let's see. If I line this up just right, so no, not. I don't want to line up with that. Line up with that. No, not merge, split. All right. So we do this. This guy here is going to see how high he can. Let's see if he can actually go up that high that quickly. Nope, not there. All right, that one there will take us into that. All right. Then these two are going to go off to the uranium, encased uranium cell, which is in the blender, which are 12. Holy crap, 12 blenders. All right, so we'll do that over here. Well, now, okay, now this is where I got to take into consideration radiation. Because so we may, okay, so actually, so this, let's do this, merger, okay, because this here is for the fuel rods. Okay. So now question is, where do we want to do the blenders? And which direction do we want to do the blenders? Do we want to do the blenders on a road that way, feeding this? Or do we want to keep on just two blenders that way, going that way? Says, and do I want to, if I do the blenders over here, does the sulfur, oh actually hold on, I need to make sulfuric acid first. I can't just go into the blender yet. I gotta make my sulfuric acid, which is water. Actually, so I got the sulfur. The sulfur is going to be there, so we're gonna have to put some. Okay, so those are refineries, if I recall correctly. You know, that's something I didn't. Don't think I planned for. Yeah, we're gonna need a, because we're gonna need to do sulfuric acid. Because this sulfuric acid is needed here, because we got the concrete, we got the uranium, so we need to do this here. So we're gonna need refineries. So I'm gonna have to go back and totally forgot about that one. Well, I didn't forget about it. It was a slight overlook. All right, so let's go back and get some stuff for some refineries. Because I gotta calculate out how many refineries I need. Now, good news is I can just go take a quick look at the battery maker to see what its usage is. I just missed the train. You know what? I'm gonna take a quick break then, and then I'll be back in a few moments. All right, so I'm gonna hold off on doing the sulfuric acid thing right now. What we're gonna do, and I hope we don't blow up our power grid. We're still good. We're around 9,000. We're gonna go ahead and let's see. We got the sink there. We're gonna put a smart splitter here as well. That's not a smart splitter. We're gonna do a smart splitter here real quick. Well, the smart splitter. I don't anticipate ever overcharging that, but. And which side is right here? So take from there. Well, I don't see the lights on, but I see the fuel generators. I like how that is casting a shadow on us. Alright, so okay, so this is going to go to the sulfuric acid. So let me just run this out here, or just for a minute. And we'll run you like so. And then like so, and like so. All right, now go ahead and get this configured. So it's going to be over any none, and one more time, over any none. All right. This one here is going to be same thing, over any none, and over any none. All right. Now this guy here is not going anywhere at the moment. Oh no 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 no. And you know what I may do? Yeah, let's do it. This is going to be a test. But I don't want to backlog this per se. So we're going to have a merger here, in line with this. So give me a merger in line with that, and in line with that, going that away. Now this merger, once we get to full production, will probably be getting destroyed, but for the time being, we're gonna just throw that in there, just sync all that. That's a normal splitter. All right, so in this case, it's going to be none over any, and then none over any. Okay. Now let's go ahead and get power configured for this. So we got, let's do one power, we'll do one every 3. No need to fully jam it. Run it. Yeah, oh. That's not, no, that won't do. That will not do. I'm sorry. I just saw that. That was off. All right. Run power off the grate. So actually run in there, yeah. That's and then over here over here we'll basically take the power I'm just looking here where we can just trying to find a nice place to put the power for this, just so it's, because we can't do it on that. We can't put it on the center slip like we did here. Is that? Actually, yeah, we can. All right, is that in line with it? Should be in line with it. Going off of that. Yeah, okay, that works. All right, let's go ahead and get these tapped all in, or I'll get all these hooked up. And actually, I think if I look at this, he'll tell me how much I'm going to use before I actually connect it. So that's good. These are the low end machines, so. All right, now tie all these together. And then we're gonna put a thing right about here. All right, so right now we're looking at, right now we're looking at 96. That's not bad, right? Do 3 and 3 on this. One there, and one there. All right, and over here, what side's power on? Power's on this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, so we're 9. I'm gonna put the power. Let's just see for the sake of curiosity. Okay. So right there in that little gap. On the gray. Yep, okay. Okay, cool with that. We can tie you to you. Oh, and then you to you. And go ahead, put one. No, just take you to you. And then you will come over here and drop you right there. And then hook you up to put one, say right here. Or actually, because I'm not going to do anything out that. So that's a merger. So what line went off the grate? So put it right there. That'll feed you. You'll tie to that, and then you'll tie to that one. All right, so we're looking at, okay, that's not that bad. Well, that's with nothing going on right now either. Let me make sure these are configured. All right, good to go. All right, so now you're the power feed for the moment, so go ahead and see if that just a minute amount. Cool. All right. Oh, you know what? Just temporarily, maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Just a temporary thing, just because I might as well get something out of it, right? So we're just gonna build a temporary foundation here. And another temporary foundation here. And then actually just got to keep on build this down. All right, now we're going to go ahead and put a sink in front of each of these. I got enough for those. So you are on the grate, so you'll go there. And you're on the grate, you'll go there, on the grate, there, and then foot is on the halfway point. Okay, so that should be that one, and then that one. All right. So we're just gonna, for the time being, might as well do this and get something out of this. You know what, I'm not worried about the power line clipping, or this clipping for that matter, because this is just, like I said, a temporary thing. Maybe, you know, maybe it'll stay, and if it does, then that one's off. All right, so now what we're going to do is go over here. Well, until the until the trains actually get going, but it's really not gonna. Oh. Until the train gets going, it's not going to feed anything upstairs. You know what? Well, until I turn the auto drive on, it's not going to do anything. It'll fill up the storage bins. That's about it. So we'll go ahead and get this connected. I got power, fucking fly. God damn, game. You know, that really bugs the shit out of me. When it does that shit. Sorry. I don't know if I actually, did I fully tie this into power? I don't know if I did or not yet. That still just looks weird. Yeah, I see ore moving. Well, they're, apparently, Um, apparently the train wasn't hooked up all the way. All right, so go ahead, triple this. So sulfur is the only, or limestone is the only one we're tripling. Or triple charging, as it were. The other ones will be doing these ones here will be going double speed. No, that's not okay, never mind. I saw a train going by. It's like, wait, my train didn't just leave me, did it? All right, good to go there. So all these are now they're at their full limit. Well, they're at the limit I'm going to put them at. But I could have swore I saw it connected to the train. But I guess because what I did, because I had to take the freight cars off in order to flip the track around, and I guess I didn't. I guess it what you called it. It didn't connect this locomotive. All right, so we're going to let this locomotive do its thing after we derail the freight cars. And actually, I've got to remove you because you did not connect to you. And let me just check. Number one, you're facing the wrong way. Okay. Now, are you, what is your name? New car in line. Okay. So, new car in line, let me make sure. All these trains are hooked up properly, right? Because I know all the freight cars are, but are you hooked up to it? I mean, it looks, I mean, is it? But here's an easy way to find out. Okay. Alright, so let that go. And then we'll take this train to the other place. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? Looks like the bottom train's gonna win. Yeah. But then again, coming from way the hell up there. But on the flip side, you know, no, there they are. After update 6, I'm not gonna have to worry about a split track with that, because it's gonna. So there's only gonna be a coal train on that for the near future. Alright, so now we gotta go, like I said, we gotta run all the way up to sulfur, get it configured, not sulfur. Yeah, sulfur. Alright, so let's go ahead and you know what? Let's go ahead and get power going. No need to... No need to wait, right? Go ahead and give me a level 2. Right about, right there, that's fine. Then go ahead and give me another level 2. Actually, go ahead and give me some more foundation. Give me a level 2 in line with this. We'll go right there. Alright, so if anything, I can semi-float up here. Is there a reason why I have no juice? You're connected. What the fuck? Come on, game. Connect to that thing. Jesus Christ. This is like going up a roller coaster ramp. Well, at least getting down is going to be easy. I'm just going to hop on the damn conveyor belt. Let's see if I can do this without getting poisoned. Alright, so this guy here, we're just doubling. The only one we wanted at a higher, at full level was, what do you call it? Limestone. Alright, so now jump. You go this way. There's something there. What the hell is that? I'm next to a power pole, so I can. Oh, that's the supercharger. Here's hoping. Well, as long as I stay next to those things, I'm okay. All right. Something doesn't seem right. I did slide the slider, right? Yeah. It just, okay, maybe it's just a belt speed. Maybe because it's such a fast belt. Alright, now I take this in, let's go knock out the last 4 coal items. Now I think I know I went up high there, but I think I had a low connection. Yeah, right there. So as long as there's no shooters here, we'll be okay. Alright, and then over here, that one there may be a little bit more of a challenge. I may have to do a foundation. No, I can just run, I think. Let me see here. So I got juice right here. I do have juice here. Alright, so just do a quick little jaunt over here. He gives me a little bit of power. Of course, you know what I could do, but I can't because I don't have it on me anymore. I could have ziplined. Now that's where ziplining could come in handy. Alright, so now these things are filling up. Got our coal going. Got our sulfur stuff going. Now I'm wondering. Alright, so we're doing 240. Alright, let me take a look at my interactive map here just to validate what we're pulling in here. So We have a 120, a 240, and a 240. So I'm almost tempted, just for the sake of them being even, merging them here and then resplitting them, just because this guy here is going to get more material than this one. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead do a merger. We're going to do a merge split. So you see here, so 1, 2, actually go one more over. So back one, back there. All right, and merge to that direction, and then turn around and split. Actually, we can come up a little bit more. Of course, you know, it'd help if I actually censored this. So one off the grate. So that's my center. All right, let's move this a little bit closer. No. I do this. Oh, too high. All right, so that's good. All right, so now, okay, so merge right there. And then you're gonna be a little bit more difficult to work with, I have a feeling. Because you're running on that. One back. All right. That's just so they get an evenly distributed load. Because I don't know how I'm gonna actually split it when we get up at the base camp. So I just want this belt to. It got backed up a little bit, so we'll let the belt clear out for a few minutes. Because this here, it's, well, now granted, because it got backed up, it's actually pushing a lot more. But did 360 on that, 240 on that. So, oops. So 600 coming in. It should. Okay, so there's our clear up there on that one belt. You can see the gap starting to form. Let's see if we can see the gap on the other belt yet. Not yet. But once this belt gets clear, we should see the gap start to form for the normal flow again. Alright, so that'll run a little bit faster now. Man, that thing got backed up awful quickly. Come on, sulfur. You should not still be backed up that much. Let's go take a look, see how far back it's backed up. It should be starting to clear. Just be careful, supercharger there. Wait, are we seeing? Okay, we're in our gap here. All right, cool. That's what we wanted to see. There we go. All right, so now it's up to its, well, it could arguably be its normal pattern now. All right, let's go ahead and have the train do its thing. Oh, it's loading. Okay. All right, so we got the mining operations kicked in. So the next thing on the agenda is we're gonna have to go build some refineries. Like I said, totally forgot about that. And so we're gonna, for the refineries, we're always gonna need water. So we're gonna need I don't remember what the water ratio is, but we'll find out once we see the refinery. But that water means water extractors, and for these water extractors, we're definitely going to need I don't know if we'll need 2 lifts technically or not, but we'll do a double lift just because. So we should be seeing a lot of burning up top.